3rd July 2025, we are continuing with the matter of Mengo and Mbenenge. Ma'am, you are still under oath.
Usephansi kwesifungo ke ukuba useza ukuthetha inyani. Siyakhumbuza. Kulungile.
Yes, thank you.
That's fine.
Advocate Skipper.
Thank you, Chair. Yesterday we finished off by saying that we will need to go and have a look and discuss with each other the footage, the CCTV footage. We went through it again. I went through the transcripts again. It is not clear the way I put it yesterday. Even though the timer is keeping on counting, I cannot for certain say that it is correct, so I will not pursue the questioning on this issue further.
Okay, thank you.
Then we can proceed. Ma'am, I just want to get us all on the same page again. Yesterday, we were still busy testifying about the day of the 14th of November, 2022.
Izolo ke apho besigqibelene khona besisaxoxa ngomcimbi wosuku lwange-14 kaNovember.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And we also established yesterday that when you are at work, you are not physically in your own office the whole day. You might be somewhere else in the court building. Is that correct?
Nenye ke into izolo esiye sayivelela ibiphathelene nokuthi awusoloko use ofisini yakho isigxina oko xa usemsebenzini. Kuyenzeka into kokubana uphinde ube kwezinye indawo kodwa kwalapha emsebenzini. Kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Was that also the position on the 14th of November, 2022?
Ingaba ke ngoku nangomhla we-14 kuNovember ku-2022 imeko ibilolu hlobo sigqiba kuyichaza ngalo.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Then I want to just inform you, you will not know this, but it was put to the complainant that you will come and testify that at all times you were stationed in your office. That is on the 24th of January 2025, the transcripts of the 24th of January 2025, page 43, lines 11 to 12.
Phaya ke kubungqina ke ucaphule kubo obebuthethiwe apha waze kwanentetha ebhekiswayo kuye lo ke ukhalazileyo into kokubana wathi ngalomhla we-14 kuNovember ku-2022 wena wawusoloko use ofisini yakho oko awuzange ushukume okanye uphume uyishiye ioffice. Into ethethiweyo leyo ngamagqwetha ke la amele uJP ithetha kuye nangona wena ungazuyazi ngoba kaloku ubungekho apha uyakwazisa ke yena ngaloo nto.
Okay.
Okay.
So that cannot be entirely correct.
Ithetha ukuthi ke loo nto asiyonto le ebefana uba yinyani epheleleyo andithi.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Then it was also put to the complainant during cross-examination that, and I open quotation marks, the Judge President will also tell you, that is now the complainant, that he can account for his entire date on the 14th, that he was giving a lecture, went to the bank, and the only time he met you, that's a complainant, was shortly after tea time in his secretary's office, close quotation marks.
Okay. Counsel, that was a lot.
Okay. I will break
please?
it down. It was put to the complainant that the Judge President will also tell you.
Nansenye into ethethiweyo kulo ufake isikhalazo into kokuba uJudge President lo uzawuthi xa ekuchazela uzawuthetha izinto ezilandelayo.
That he can account for his entire date on the 14th.
Anganako yena ukwazi ukuzichaza kokuba ngalomhla we-14 imini yonke ebephi esenza ntoni.
That he was giving a lecture.
Uyawulandula ngelithi yena ebe kwi-lecture apho ebekhona imini yonke.
Went to the bank.
Waya ebhankini.
And the only time he met you that day was shortly after tea time in his secretary's office.
Uphela kwexesha yena uJP aye wadibana nawe ngalo ngalamini kusemveni kweti veni kwentsimbi ye-19.
That is in the transcripts, the 24th of January 2025, page 43, lines 2 to 6.
Ishicilelwe ke phaya kwi-transcripts zange 24 kuJanuary. Into eyawuthi ithethwe ngu-JP lena xa ebhekisa ke ngento enawe phakathi. Thimini yonke wayemaxhaphetshu kule nto yale lecture, wahamba waye ebhankini, kuphela kwexesha ye wakubona ngalo wena kwakusemveni kweti, emveni kwentsimbi ye-19.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, you will not know this, but the first time that we heard about a leave to appeal was when you started giving evidence.
Awuzowuyazi ke le kodwa ke uqala kwethu nqa ukuva ngento yendaba yesicelo sesibheno sive ngawe ngeli xesha wena ubunikezela ubungqina apha.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair, I see they are busy on the other side. Can I continue? Thank you. I just want to ask you, when was this leave to appeal heard on the 14th? I don't think you actually mentioned it.
Ndicela ubuza nje into yoba yayichotshelwe nini le nto yesi sicelo sesibheno nge-14 andikhumbuli uyikhankanya.
Ichotshelwe ngela xesha lakusasa. Cinga uba amagqwetha noba afike pha 9:30 ofisini, yenziwe ofisini zange yenziwe court.
It was heard in the morning around 9:30 because the lawyers were already in the office in the morning hours. So this was done in the office, not in the courtroom.
Zange iqhube uJP wakhupha nje i-directive.
It did not proceed. What the JP did was just simply giving a directive.
Okay, so there was supposed to be a leave to appeal, but then the meeting was held in the chambers of the JP the morning at 9:30.
Kwakufanele ubana iye yayokuchotshelwa enkundleni kodwa kwasuka kwadityanelwa apha eofisini ka-JP yaqukunjelwa khona apha
Kunjalo.
ngo-9:30.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
All right. Now, you said also that you left that afternoon for East London because the JP released you to go back.
Uthi ke uye wahamba wena ngenjikalanga yangalamini ngoba kaloku no-JP lo ebesekukhulule uba ungahamba.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And when he released you, you said that you will meet each other in East London the next morning.
Ekukukhululeni kwakhe wathi kuwe nawusuke nidibane ke eMonti ngengomso.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And you did meet each other in East London the next morning.
Niye ke ngelingeni nadibana eMonti ngengomso.
Cinga uba ingathi sadibana afternoon e-East London.
I think we met in the afternoon in East London.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions. Let me just make sure that the complainant's legal representatives are satisfied. No further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. I was trying to think whether I should ask. Don't think I forgot your name. I was just trying to think whether I should ask members of the tribunal to ask questions first before you come in. But your mic is already on. You can go with your re-exam.
I wanted to say that I have no re-examination.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You are excused.
Siyabulela ke ungahamba. Nkosi. Thank you.
Mr. Madonsela.
Chair, I was waiting for fireworks and I thought that the witness was going to be here for some time.
There were fireworks.
Yeah, there's a lot in silence. Yeah. So my next witness I'd asked to come here at around 10 because I thought we were going to be here until the constitution is gonna go until 10 o'clock and then we can sort of allow her in or him in. So can we just check if she has arrived? I'm told that she's on her way. The witness is on her way. And we can call her once,
Yeah.
him once he's here.
By the way, who is the next witness?
We are jiggling around, we witnesses. We had said we're going to call Miss Onati Sogoni, but for practical reasons, there's even a shorter witness who's Dr. Mengo, in my view, Melo, whom we would like to interpose at this stage, and then we can then call Miss Sogoni. So we'd like to call Dr. Melo, Dr. Melo.
That is a very serious.
There's Mengo, Melo, Mula.
Once is enough. Twice, Mr. Badonsela, requires an explanation.
Can you have a shot?
You want us to adjourn?
Stand down, yes.
All right. You'll tell us once we are ready. Thank you. Mr. Madonsela.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, thank you, Chair, and the members of the tribunal for indulging me with time while we're waiting for Dr. Mello to arrive. He is here. May I have leave with you permission, Chair, to call into evidence Dr. Vincent Mello.
Excuse me. Your full names, please.
My name is Vincent Mello.
Do you have any objection against taking an oath?
No.
Do you swear that the evidence you are about to give will be nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Yes, for my own good, I was on paper, and as people talked, they talked of Dr. Mello, and in my language would be Mello.
Yes, correctly so.
You are actually not Mello, but Mello.
Mello.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
With a sustained
Yes.
L.
Yes, I know of the many Mellos from the area where I grew up, but you are not related to them. You don't even know the area. Thank you. Advocate Madonsela.
Thank you, Chair. The expert summary of this witness is to be found at page 1691.
Thank you.
By agreement between myself and the evidence leader, and with your permission, Sir, and members of the tribunal, it has been agreed that it's not necessary to go through the qualifications of Dr. Mello, which are set out in paragraph 4 of the summary.
That is correct, Chair. We don't dispute his qualifications.
Thank you.
But for the record, Dr. Mello,
It's not a bad try, Mr. Madonsela.
yes. Yes. You are a doctor with a PhD. There's a difference between a doctor and a doctor. Doctor and doctor. You are a doctor. In which field are you a doctor?
ICT, an emphasis has been on my research in information science.
Now,
Chair, if we can
the
just ask
acronym-
that he raises his voice.
Yes,
difficult
just
to hear.
repeat yourself and a little bit louder so that everybody could hear you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is it audible?
Yes.
Thank you.
use the acronym ICT. What does that mean?
Information Communication Technology.
And you have been briefed here to give evidence as an expert in that field. And before I get into the details of your brief, you are a member of some consortium. What is the name of that consortium?
Unicode Consortium.
Can you tell us what does the Unicode Consortium do?
The Unicode Consortium takes particular interest and governance of emoji, their approval, introduction, as well as the ascribed meaning of each emoji. So in order to avoid arbitrary allocation of emoji and to ensure that there's consistent application or usage compatible with the industry software applications that are currently being used, Unicode assists in internationalization of those emoji.
Does your
Chair, before you go on, if we can just ask that the witness goes a little bit slowly because it is outside our field, so that we can take notes.
I think so. Yes, I think don't be that fast, Dr. Milo, because we're trying to learn from you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
We'll try my best.
Yes. So you're saying you're defining something?
Yes, the Unicode Consortium, its interest, it's a non-profit organization. Chair, its interest or its main objective is to internationalize the usage or the application of emoji, that they become compatible with the software vendors or applications, computer-related technologies, so they can be used all over and in every environment. They become accessible.
Yes.
May I continue?
yes?
Furthermore, the other aspect that I talked to is that they furthermore approve each and every emoji that is being introduced. They do that by
Slow down. They do that by
looking at emoji, ascribing and associating, let me put it in simple terms, hexadecimal value, which is a unique code associated to each emoji. Furthermore, they would introduce keywords, definitions for each emoji. As an example, the one that we will be talking to today is version 16.
Chair. For the record, version 16 of the Unicode is already on record as Exhibit 3.
Thank you.
As I am talking now, there is version 17 on beta version. So I'm trying to explain in simple terms that the Unicode Consortium continues to introduce new emoji, as this is an evolving and growing area. Thank you.
Now you talk about the use of emojis in various applications. What are you talking about when you talk about applications?
Chair, when I refer to applications, WhatsApp, it's an application. Twitter or X, it's an application. Facebook, it's an application. WeChat, and many others are applications that we can refer to in this context.
So once approved by the consortium, how do the emojis which have been collated and developed, distributed to various applications?
The Approved emoji are then made available. Okay, let me use CLDR, in simple terms, Common Local Data Repository, which becomes accessible to the original manufacturers or OEMs or vendors of different software applications.
Chair, for the benefit of the tribunal, that Unicode Common Local Data Repository is referenced at paragraph 17 of the summary. Am I right, Doctor?
Yes, that is the correct data repository.
That is what you call by acronym CLDR?
Yes, definitely.
If we have to refer to it later, please allow me to just refer to it as a repository. Now, in your summary, you explain at paragraph 7, 8, and 9 how emojis are created. Can you take the tribunal through that process?
Chair, thank you. Making reference to what I submitted, the emojis, due to their size, the technical committee sits down to consider if the image will fit the right size configuration. They also further ask a question: does the emoji add to what can be said by our existing emoji, or there is definitely a need to add a new emoji? And lastly, they want to get substantial evidence that a large number of people will likely utilize the emoji. I've tried to be slow.
Yes, sir, please. Yeah, no, I'm just looking at the pen as it moves from the members of the tribunal.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sometimes you can look at me. Your counsel will look at me when I nod my head, because we're trying to take notes as you speak, because you never know what happened. Tomorrow, everything you're saying, they might be wiped out. So somewhere, somehow, we must make sure that we keep notes. That's why we ask you to go slowly.
Thank you, Chair.
One of the witnesses who came here, Dr. Doctorate, accepted that the origins of the emojis started in Japan. And can you just tell us how, in your expect knowledge, emojis were developed and how they were created to become what they are now?
Thank you, Chair. Due to the Japanese way of writing, gentleman by Kurita, being an interface designer, and I must highlight, it's quite intriguing that emoji requires, or they come up with contribution from a number of experts. But in this case, we have Kurita in 1999, having come up with what we can refer to as emoticons, and these were used to express emotions, feelings in a non-verbal or the non-text manner, non-verbal manner. But then this being part of what we today call as pictograms snowballed, obviously, to now we know that 92%, according to research, in the world do use emoji. Now, one would say they have substituted the verbal or text language that was commonly used. To date, there's over 3,600 emoji. And that being the case, it's a field that is growing, expanding on a daily basis, on a regular basis. So that is how it came to be. And that's where we now have so much of emoji. These are used in different, they represent weather, buildings, transport, health, and any other expression that is can be depicted in a non-text or non-verbal manner.
What is the purpose of codifying emojis?
Thank you, Chair. This is to ensure that there is consistent, unique allocation, or it's a unique identifier in simple terms. So an emoji is allocated a hexadecimal value.
What
Now,
is that?
It's a coding. May I, through you, Chair, I can simplify this by saying computers don't speak our language. They use zeros and ones. And to identify or to uniquely identify or allocate hexadecimal value, which is coding, it's then used to uniquely identify an emoji to avoid duplication and consistent governance on emoji.
You were explaining what is the purpose of codifying emojis, and I interrupted you when you used the word hexadecimal value.
Well, as I said, I tried to simplify it. It's a value allocated to that emoji, Chair, that is unique. And this is tried to simplify in a computer language.
Yes.
It's that value. Let me say, it's that unique value that is allocated, so as whether it be used in WhatsApp, whether it be used on Facebook, whether it be used on WeChat, or whether it be used anywhere, there is a unique code allocated to it. These codes are used so as they are also compatible with the OEM or software vendors.
When we talk about codes, can I please ask you to go to version 16 of the code, which is Exhibit 3. Neither? You don't have it. Take this one.
Chair, I'll appreciate the copy that we are referring to. Chair, we do have.
Thank you.
an
Do you have the code reflected in the emoji code that is before you in Exhibit 3?
Yes, we do, Chair. Example, number 1, grinning face, U+1F 600. It's a code I'm referring to.
And that code is utilized to do what?
It's a unique identifier, so as it can be used in any of the platform and it remains unique without it being duplicated. And because of association and or access to the repository, the consistent use of the emoji remains throughout different applications.
You spoke of keywords which are associated with a code and an emoji. Are they reflected there in Exhibit 3 in the code?
Yes, they are, Chair. If we look at column 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5 with other keywords, U+1F 600 in depicted grinning face. Other words would be cheerful, cheery, face, green, grinning, happy, laugh, nice, smile, smiling, teeth.
So what does this mean in practical terms? What is the value of to what effect do the keywords have an impact on the emojis if you're using applications?
This is for, Chair, the Unicode Consortium prior to approving an emoji which would have been submitted to say this is the associated meaning, associated keywords on when you see this emoji, you are able to associate it with these keywords: cheerful, cheery, face, green, grinning, happy, laugh, and so on. That is the value in terms of standardization of an emoji by Unicode Consortium.
Now, and you say that code, the meaning ascribed to them is distributed to various applications. Is that what you said?
The applications, Chair, they access these emojis that are approved by the consortium. Thus, these are standardized in terms of the appearance, or let's say in particular the code, as well as the other word standardization, that it's not arbitrary. Thank you, Chair.
Now, in other words, when I'm on an application like WhatsApp, I'll be able to access the emojis with associated keywords.
Chair, and this is an experience by most of us seated here and all over. When you type running, there would appear an emoji of someone depicted as running. So this is how those can be tested for reference to see the ascribed association to an emoji.
Now, in relation to this matter, now focusing for a moment on emojis, you were briefed to do what?
Chair, I was briefed to do two deliverables or asked to perform two requests. One was to assess the usage of emoji, and secondly, to consider or assess the disputed pictures.
Before we deal with the emojis, let me just deal with your expertise and knowledge in relation to the use of pictures on WhatsApp. Is that in the space or field of information communication technology?
Chair, yes. Applications are built systematically. They have what we refer to architectural design. Now, architectural design, it in simple terms, is your interface. It's what you see. It's what I can refer to, the storage I can refer to, as well as connectivity or the application level. So therefore, the images are part and parcel, or emoji, part and parcel, as referred to earlier on, how they were developed. I mean, as I referenced, Kurita is a designer in the IT space and came up with this, and they continue to be a collaborative effort from different areas to ensure consistent delivery of emoji. And in terms of application, yes, applications, they come up from architectural design,
Which is the field of computer technology.
which is the field of computer, yes.
Now, I'll come back to WhatsApps and WhatsApp protocols which apply to that application later. Let me just go back now and deal with the emojis and the brief that you undertook in relation to the emojis. Now, what steps did you take? Okay, what documents were you given in order to undertake your brief in relation to emojis?
Chair, I was given a document that I can refer to as a complaint document. That is what I was given to assess. Thanks.
Did it have emojis?
It had emojis, yes.
Where were the emojis? The emojis related to what?
Chair, and I'm going to refer to, if you don't mind, Chair, I can refer to a document which where I did the analysis of emoji. In the document that I received,
Chair, before we continue, that is the document that we indicated before we started that we only received this morning. So if this witness is going to testify on that document, we will have to have time to consult with our expert as well.
No, it's not. It's not the document.
This is the analysis document that he's talking about now.
No, it's not.
Can he just indicate which document is he referring to now, so that we are all on the same page?
He was just about to do that, and then he intervened.
But I need to indicate that that was discussed before we started now.
I'm not looking, Chair, through you. I'm not looking to any document that is not here, and that was disclosed this morning. I'm not doing that at all.
okay,
The complaint document had annexes to it, not so?
yes, Chair.
And when you're talking about the document that you received, that you worked from, what document is that?
Chair, the document that I was given, I'm referring it to it as a complaint, but it has up to annexure Q4, and at the top it's page 66.
Chair, that document is to be found at volume 1, and it's from page 1 to page 66, as the witness says. Now, those are the WhatsApps that you looked at.
WhatsApp messages I looked at and with emojis.
Now, what did you discover? What are your findings in relation to those that document and the WhatsApp messages?
On my notes, Chair, as I was analyzing, I observed that in the document, emoji were used approximately 189 times. And through the permission of the chair, I can refer to the communication between the two, JP and the complainant. Will that be fine?
Yes.
Number of times, just to say.
Just broadly, because
broadly.
then we have seen most of the WhatsApps, and
Okay.
we'll come to the
Okay.
the specifics of emojis that you had
Okay.
you focused on. But
All right.
broadly,
189 times the emoji, approximately 189 times emoji were used. And in my analysis, I refer to person A, person B, just for objectivity.
and person A will be the who,
JP,
and person B,
the complainant.
yes. Now, Chair, initially the witness, Dr. Melo, produced a report which is to be found in Respondent's Bundle at page 1334. You don't have to refer to it, it's just for purposes of the tribunal to know that that report is there. And that's what you're talking about, where you refer to people as A and B.
Yes, yes, Chair.
Now, in that analysis, what were your findings?
Chair, my findings were as follows. Person A used approximately emoji 97 times. And person B used emoji 69 times in communicating. Quantitatively, it works out to be 51.32% by person A, 36.51%, and I must also declare that these exclude person C communication, which is found in annexure Q to Q4.
Yes.
To continue, Chair, based on the emoji list, I hope I'm still audible, emoji list, and I'm referring to the number of times, Chair, rolling on the floor laughing, person A used it 20 times.
Well, let's just move away from person A and person B,
Okay.
because it might be confusing. Let's say the JP or the respondent.
Thank you. We'll do so. JP, rolling on the floor laughing, used it 20 times. Complainant used it 28 times. See no evil, monkey. JP used it 20 times, 24 times, just to correct, and approximately complainant used it 20 times in the communication. The winking face, JP used it approximately twice in communication, and complainant used it once in communication. Furthermore, there were instances where they used different emojis to communicate. Now, this is, as an example, an approximately thinking face. JP used it 7 times in communication, and complainant 0 times, approximately. Flushed.
Excuse me, JP, how many times?
Thinking face, Chair, JP used it 7 times, and complainant approximately 0 times. Flushed face, Chair, complainant used it 3 times in communication. JP used it approximately 0 times. Winking face with tongue, JP used it once, and complainant used it approximately 0 times. Squinting face with tongue, complainant used it once, and JP used it 0 times. Eyes, JP used it 5 times, and complainant used it 0 times. Raising hands emoji, complainant used it once, and JP used it 0 times. Folded arms, JP used it once, complainant used it 0 times. Crossed fingers, complainant used it once, JP used it 0 times. Ear with hearing aid, JP used it 3 times, and complainant approximately 0 times. Woman face palming, complainant used it once, JP 0 times. Smiling face with halo, JP used it 3 times, and complainant 0 times. Slightly smiling face, complainant used it once and JP 0 times. That is my analysis. Thank you.
Now, in the usage of those emojis by both parties, did you make any findings about the meanings which the parties used attached to those emojis?
Chair, as alluded, I ascribe each emoji to the Unicode keywords or keyword that is allocated to it. Furthermore, we are privileged to have another reference as Emojipedia, which happens to be referenced in the Unicode Web Consortium website, and they are members of the Unicode. What they further do, they observe, Chair, over and above the keyword and the history and the background of how each emoji was introduced or was then declared to be part of the list. They further observe the general usage on the social media platforms. Just to supplement and augment further to that. However, ascribing the standardized, Chair, meaning or associated keywords is what has been my focus.
What did you
Thank you,
find?
Chair.
What did you find in that regard, in the way that emojis were used in this instance? Did the parties use the emojis in any manner different to the manner in which they are ascribed in the Unicode?
It is my opinion, Chair, that I would say 99% or a good number of accuracy, they are associated with that. There is two that I want to make mention of, Chair. There is, my apologies for moving too fast. Chair, as I proceed, I made an observation as well of the two emoji on the document I received. There is the peach as well as the eggplant. And when you go to, Chair, to Emojipedia, it does also make reference to say a peach would generally represent, if I'm permitted to use, my hands are also emoji. But, Chair, the bumps and then the eggplant, the male private part. However,
Sorry, you lost me a bit.
Chair, I'm saying there's two emoji that I observed
Yes.
that one would see that they have an ascribed keyword. But these two in particular, from my objective observation, they were used, and this is, as they were used, you could associate their keyword or their usage with Emojipedia as a reference, which I said, Chair, the peach as well as the eggplant. However, according to Emojipedia, 2015, the eggplant, there was a campaign on Instagram to ban the usage of it in that associated usage. However, my analysis, Chair, has been consistently with the meanings ascribed by Unicode, since they are consistent and are internationalized throughout the globe and over 100 languages in different countries.
My apology, Dr. Milo, you said in terms of the meaning of Emojipedia, a peach would represent what? A peach.
A peach would represent bum.
A bum. And a eggplant?
Eggplant, a male private part.
Thank you.
However, I did highlight that Emojipedia further explains that the usage of it there was a campaign to have it banned in that context.
Thank you.
Now, there is one or maybe two emojis which were often used by parties in the interactions. In my observation, are you able to offer an observation which ones were mostly used by the parties?
Thank you, Chair. I referred to the ones that rolling on the floor, and I just want to get to the number of times as I highlighted.
No, you don't have to go there. I just wanted to. That's the one that you say it's one of the emojis which were mostly used by the parties.
20 times and 28 times.
Yes. Now, what meaning is ascribed to those?
If we go to rolling on, okay, let me make an example. See no evil monkey, approximately 24 times and 20 times. The ascribed meaning would be embarrassment or embarrassed, shy, and if we look at the other keywords, we can see. But in summary, embarrassed, hide, also you can see in terms of forbidden, an OMG. This is the it's shortened to be oh my God. Yes.
And the rolling on the floor with laughter?
Rolling on the floor, laughter. I just want to get to it quickly, just to make sure that consistently. It says crying, funny, haha, happy, he, hilarious, joy, laughter, lol, lots of laugh, as ascribed in emoji, yes.
Now, in the way that the parties used these frequently utilized emojis, did they use them in the same way or did they use them differently?
It is my observation, Chair, that they were used in the same way.
The other emoji which featured in this case somewhat prominently, at least in my view, is the use of the winking face emoji. What meaning is ascribed to that emoji in the standardized Unicode?
Chair, as I get to it, you mean winking face?
Yes.
Winking face. Chair, just to be permitted to go to it. A winking face. Here I got it. Are you not with the tongue, right?
Yes,
With the tongue.
with both of them.
Okay. The winking face with the tongue. Keyword is crazy, epic, nutty, party, and wacky, and obviously winking. And
When you say nutty, you mean naughty?
no, it says nutty.
Nutty, okay.
Nutty. The winking face. I just want to get to it. Just bear with me, Chair. Winking face. There we go. Winking face. Winking face. Smiley, thinking, face on the mouth. Oh, winking face, and it was so close to my eye. Winking face, okay, it appears as winking face. Now, according to Emojipedia, Chair, as one that I've referenced, just to also augment to the association. The winking face, according to Emojipedia, as I mentioned, it signal joke, Chair, flirtation, hidden meaning, or generally positivity. And they further mention that the tone varies, including playful, affectionate, suggestive, or ironic. Thank you for your patience, Chair.
And in the way that it was used here, in the exchanges that you have identified, is it consistent with that meaning?
Yes, it is consistent in terms of the associated winking eye emoji.
Moving on to the other subject of WhatsApp usage and the usage of applications. You deal with this at paragraph 22 of your summary. You explained that the use of WhatsApp as an application is also within the field of ICT. Can you just tell the tribunal what are the protocols for use of WhatsApp which are pertinent to this case?
Chair, as I alluded earlier on, WhatsApp, it's an application. Now, if just to try and to simplify it, the WhatsApp, it's a messaging platform, and this platform is architectured in accordance to the ICT systems or applications. Now, WhatsApp, the interesting development is that it was introduced by CUM and a partner, and the initial intention was just to have visibility to status sharing. However, it evolved. Now, I want to go to simplifying in terms of its architecture, Chair. In simple terms, we have what we refer to as the front end from an architectural point of view. That will deal with your authentication, that will deal with your, which is your user authentication, that will deal with your message encryption, that will deal with the message routing.
Don't forget to look at the pen. Don't forget to look at the pen as you move.
Oh, yes, I'll remember. I just have to remind myself. Thank you.
Continue.
Yes, and the back end, we refer to servers that will store the user data. This will include your chat histories, media files, and profiles. That is the back end architecture. Now, let's talk to the design of WhatsApp. The WhatsApp architecture, for it to be what it is, there is what we refer to a programming language. In this instance, it's called Erlang programming language.
Can you please spell that?
ERLANG. It's a functional programming language, as I said, considered to be concurrent in terms of building, scalable, and reliable. There's also the other component for IT systems to work or applications. That's what we refer to as operating system. Now, the operating system used in WhatsApp is referred to as FreeBSD.
Can you please spell that?
Free as FREE, capital BSD. Now, the arguments are saying it's the best operating system with regards to system load per packet. Now, there's also what we call BIM. Now, this is at application level. which is BEAM. It handles message routing, deliverability, and general instant messaging aspect of the application. Now, this includes one-to-one messaging, group chat, storing and forwarding of offline messages, contact list, and presence. Chair, the next one, it's the database. Amnesia, okay, we will refer to it as Nesia, but there's an M before. That is a database for the WhatsApp, which has benefits such as your real-time key or value lookup, high fault tolerance, dynamic reconfiguration, as well as handling complex objects. The last one that I'm referring to is your YAWS. This is a multimedia web server. Yours itself uses what we call HTML, which I can say when you work on a website, that is what runs in the background. Now, very important, simplify the two-way communication as an application server, so that we are able to communicate and receive messages to near real time. So, in summary, the protocol that is also used by WhatsApp, we call it XMPP, which is Extensible Messaging and Presence Protocol to exchange data between users.
When you say you exchange messages in real time or near real time, in other words, when I send a message to you now on my WhatsApp, you get it almost instantaneously.
Yes, that's why I use the word near real time.
So, and with regard to the messages that were exchanged between the parties here, and in particular, multimedia data messages, were you able to make any findings about pictures or messages which were exchanged in relation to disputed pictures?
Chair, I want to refer to Annexure H and H1, H2.
Chair, that should be page 36 of the complaint.
H1 and H2, Chair.
Chair, that will be volume 1.
Chair, it's that it's the volume 1 of the complaint, and it's annexure H2 to the complaint itself, page 36. Those are the messages which were alleged to have been, which were described as, what is this word, no? Moving messages by the witnesses, the moving messages.
Sorry, what?
That was what was described as moving messages by one of the witnesses, Mr. Mola.
Moving messages.
Moving. Motion messages.
Page?
Page 36, right at the bottom, page 36, 36. Right at the bottom, Chair. Which look like Mr. Skakana says it looks like adult movies.
Bottom left.
Bottom left. Yes. What were you saying about this picture?
Chair, as part of the briefing, I looked at H1, H2, and Chair, it is my observation that the image, and before I could even talk to it, I want to put forth the template look of a WhatsApp. The template look of a WhatsApp, the screen at the top on the left would have a device time, and you would have at the top name or person with who chat are shared with. You would have the message from the sender, if they were sent and received. But at the bottom, Chair, you would have what I refer to, or that is referred to as message typing area. The same at the bottom, you would have attachment feature to attach images, TIFFs, memes, or whatever that you want to attach. Then you will have also a camera photo taking feature. You would have a recording feature. You would have a file, document, or photo attachment feature. Now, this is what I used to assess the disputed pictures or photos on the WhatsApp messages. Now, I go to H1, Chair, H2. Based on my analysis on that, it's clear that the photos are below the typing message area, and they depict as though the message was still being compiled, and that possibly it was a screenshot taken. And I want to also highlight that a message that would have been sent would also have that I didn't see the ticks as it would be expected. And Chair, that is how I would say this H1, H2, it's not consistent with the template or to indicate that they were sent. Can I go to the next one, Chair?
They were sent by who? Does not indicate they were sent by who?
No, Chair. I don't see. That's what I'm saying. If you closely observe, you would identify that there's photos at the bottom, and that would be that happens when you are compiling a message.
Yes.
I hope it's clear, Chair.
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. Now, can I go to the next one?
Yes.
I tried to make a note. There's
a hugely disputed picture in this case, K8,
yes,
which is an alleged picture
K8
of a private part.
Yeah, Chair, and I go back to
sorry, Dr. Mello. Chair, that will be to be found at page 47. Whilst I'm on this point, Chair, may I please indicate what I indicated earlier when the evidence leaders expect Mr. Mola was testifying with reference to paragraph 25.4 of our summary. I asked then, and I'm not sure whether I'm repeating myself, that reference to K1 and K7 there should be deleted and it should be K8, which is now being referenced in the summary, that is in the summary itself. There was a mistake which was made, a typographical mistake, which included in that paragraph 25.4 reference to Dr. Miller expresses views about annexures, and it says K1 to K7. It should have been just K8, which Dr. Miller is now dealing with now.
Yeah, well, I suppose you're right. I don't know. I do have at the top of the page, I do have K8.
Yes. Yes.
Chair, referencing to the template as well, the image does not indicate or cannot be confirmed if it was from a WhatsApp, since it's not consistent with the WhatsApp template or format that I was referring to. You don't see the name at the top, you don't see the typing space, you don't see all other features that I highlighted earlier on, Chair.
Continue. The next speech.
Thank you. There is also, there's another image. You allow me if I just, there is also N, annexure N, Chair, as well as the observation, Chair, is that clearly there.
Just a minute, let us be with you first. Annexure.
That is on page 58, Chair.
Annexure N, am I?
Yes, annexure N, yes.
Yes.
Did you not jump K12? K12 and K13?
Yes, yes.
If I may just point you to that.
That would be page 51, Chair.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, yes, thank you, thank you. The picture on K11, Chair.
Sorry, Chair, K11 is on page 50.
I'm talking about K12 at page 51. It's the.
Okay, Chair, I also made a note on K12 that.
Just a minute, Dr. Mel. I'm lost here. Look, are we talking about K12 now?
Yes, at page 51.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay, Chair. On K12, I observed there's a time lapse. In fact, there's a conversation gap from 8 July to 28 June 2022 to what the conversation happened in between.
Sorry, the gap between?
There's a gap between 8th July 2021 to 2022, 28 June. 2022, 28 June. Now, in me looking at at this page, I think the question would have been conversation in between. What could have happened? That is my observation. The other one, Chair, as I move along, the other picture, it's Annexure N, and maybe I can
Page 58.
Page 58. Chair, if I may. Now, my observation on Annexure N is that looking at the photo, there is you at the top, and at the bottom it says no comment. Now, on WhatsApp, and this no comment, this can happen when you might have sent a photo to someone, and with a comment at the bottom, no comment. When you tap on that, it will show that you, as you the one that would have sent, or it's you that is tapping on it, and to say that the you happens because you've opened that photo. That is, but it doesn't show that it was. There's no further details in terms of it being received, but it could happen when you've tapped and there is no comment on the photo. I think the next one, Chair, if I may, is it okay?
Yes, please.
The other one, Chair, the same principle or the same analysis that I alluded to. It's a photo which is not consistent with
Where? Which one?
Annexure P.
P, okay. And the page 61.
Page 61, yes. Yes. Chair, the picture, like the other ones that I referred to, like the other one that I referred to, where we just have a photo, for instance, K8, similar to Annexure P. The photo is not consistent with the WhatsApp screen chat that I layout format that I referenced with, whereby there are no features that can be associated with this WhatsApp screen layout. So, in terms of consistency with that, I cannot confirm, and that is my opinion on the disputed photos.
Whilst we are on this topic, and I don't want us to finalize without dealing with what you address at paragraph 26 of the summary, with reference to a document which is at page 52, which is K13.
K13.
Page 52. And if you cross-reference with your summary at paragraph 26,
the summary. I just want to make sure that I'm on the same page with you. On K13.
Continue.
On K13, Chair, there is an image at the top. In fact, I don't see the timestamp as I alluded earlier on. I don't see the typing space as well. And I don't see all the other features. But what I can see is that on the image, there is a tick that shows the red message. And
Which one is that? There are two messages there.
There is at the top one, 18, the one with 1833, Chair.
Yes.
And then there is the one at the bottom that is also at 1921. And that shows that it was sent, but it doesn't indicate that it was delivered or read. That is just my observation in terms of what is depicted here. Chair, that is my submission.
Chair, I see it's lunchtime or close to lunchtime. I'm just about to wrap up the leading of this witness. I just want to just check if I've gone through all the matters I needed to address with the witness. May it be convenient to us all to take lunch adjournment?
Yes, we can adjourn until 1:45. We will adjourn until 2:45.
Chair, can we maybe ask that it's 2:00 so that we can also do our discussions in the meantime so that we don't waste more time for us to, after they say, come back and say they have no further questions, that we can consult with
We
each
can
other.
even give you 15 minutes more if you
Thank
want.
you, Chair.
2:45.
Thank you, Chair.
We will adjourn, we'll come back 2:45. Thank you. Dr. Melo, you are still under oath. You are still under oath.
Yes, Judge. Chair.
Chair, I have no questions.
Thank you. Advocate Skippers.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Mello, I'm trying my best.
You're doing very well.
Thank you. We are before this tribunal to establish a complaint of sexual harassment. Let us just wait. Thank you. We are before this tribunal to establish a complaint of sexual harassment as perpetrated by the JP on Ms. Mengo, allegedly.
That cannot be correct.
As allegedly.
That's what I say, as alleged.
No, you didn't.
That was my last words.
As perpetrated.
Okay.
That's what you said.
Sorry, I put the allegedly at the end. Okay, as allegedly perpetrated by the JP on Ms. Mengo. You are aware of this, that this case is a sexual harassment matter.
According to the briefing I received, Chair, it is what is stated, and my briefing was to look at the WhatsApp messages, looking at emoji,
Yes.
and the disputed pictures.
But you know it's a sexual harassment matter.
Yes, that's what it's stated to be.
Yes. And are you aware that, you might not be, but are you aware that the sexual harassment, alleged sexual harassment in this complaint is not only restricted to WhatsApp communication? There was other interactions as well. Are you aware or not?
What I've been briefed in terms of the document, it is quite clear, if you look at the pages, that the focus in this case for me was on what I was briefed on. May I say through you, Chair, that other aspects would be left to those that were briefed differently to me. Thank you, Chair.
My question was only if you know if there was something else. That was my only question. I'm not asking you to comment on anything else.
Chair, the challenge went with the word something else. I might not be able to quantify what something else is, Chair.
I said physical interactions. But you're not aware of that, that's fine. We've established that.
Chair, with your permission, Chair, I've confined myself to what the briefing was and the document that I was given. If I'm required to state anything else, Chair, I think I will be assuming, coming up with suppositions, and of which I wouldn't be an expert in that, coming up with assumptions. But I do want to hear, but I'm saying I was confined to this. Thank you, Chair.
When you testified, when you started testifying, you said that what you had in your position in order for you to analyze the WhatsApp communication was the complaint, the initial complaint that you had in front of you. That you have anything else that you considered?
This is the only document I was given.
Thank you. So then you are not aware that apart from those WhatsApp messages that you had in your possession, there was other WhatsApp messages also that Mr. Moller retrieved from the complainant's phone. You don't have any knowledge about that?
It was not given to me.
All right. I just want to go through your qualifications specifically. You are an expert in computer science and information technology, is that correct? And the majority of your qualifications are relating to that?
Yes.
Where do you currently work?
And Chair, through you, I would like to not get into where do I work, which companies I assist or support, because I'm presenting myself here as an independent expert, and of which it's what I want to confide this discussion only on that fact, in accordance to what I was requested to come and be give a briefing on.
Is your work IT related?
Yes, but I'm just saying the
No, it's
companies
fine.
are not involved in this assignment. Thank you. It's me that is here. Thank you, Chair.
And it's not in the IT industry, it's in another industry, is that correct?
It's in the IT industry.
In the IT industry.
I'm just saying what I'm saying is my expertise I'm bringing here from the IT expertise that I have and exposure with the knowledge of the emoji. Thank you, Chair.
But that's what we need to establish, your expertise on emojis. So we need to understand how, if your work has anything to do with emojis.
Chair, if I were to respond to that, the Unicode Consortium membership and the research that I've been performing out of my own interest, as well as obviously the understanding and the knowledge base that I have with the consideration of the experience I have, yes, and considering the technical knowledge and qualifications. That's what brings me here and with the assignment that I was briefed.
All right. In your wide range of experience that you did provide in your CV, you have experience in things like service delivery management, personnel and budget management, and ICT graduate program management. Is that correct?
And many others,
And many others.
Architecture, and anything related to most of major areas that are related to ICT.
I do not see any expertise in forensic legal linguistics. You're not an expert in forensic legal linguistics, is that correct?
Yes, and Chair, in response to that is that the emoji aspect that in discussion.
Chair, can I just stop you there? It's a yes or no question. You are not an expert in forensic legal linguistics, is that correct?
Yes, I'm not.
Thank you. You are not an expert in semiotics of law, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you an expert in the interpretation and analysis of emoji as part of written communication in legal systems?
Chair, if I may respond to that, is that the understanding from a technological point of view, it's quite clear that emoji requires collaboration. And if I may, Chair, just to give a practical example, the Unicode, and I would like to be permitted to engage on this part. The Unicode, Chair, brings all stakeholders as much as possible. The stakeholders in this language technology ecosystem has technology industry vendors. These are software vendors. These are hardware vendors. These are your software as a service vendors. And they also have stakeholders such as software developers.
Chair, I'm going to stop you there. Stop there. I did not
Chair.
ask about Unicode. I asked about your own expertise. You are not an expert on the analysis of emoji as part of written communication in legal settings. Is that correct? Because we are now in a legal setting.
Chair, through you, I'm trying to give an answer, but I'm restricted to say yes or no.
That is correct because it's a yes or no answer.
Because
Question.
I want to enrich the answer that I'm trying to give to say the consortium as it stands, who are the ones that governs the emoji list, approval, definition, as well as the keywords.
We are going to go to Unicode. We are going to go to Unicode. I'm
Chair-
talking about your own expertise,
Chair-
not what Unicode says.
I want to bring a point, if I may, Chair. Then there's also subject matter experts, such as your linguistic and researchers. There's internationalization subject matters. There's also program and product managers, which is a language technology program and product managers. There's community managers, which are language communities. There's technology evangelists, localization translators and localizers, localization vendors, emoji designers, UX and AI designers, government, academia, and international agencies. So, in my response is to say, I'm not in the legal space, but the Unicode Consortium, for it to be able to produce what we can refer to as approved internationalized emoji, they have contribution to all these stakeholders.
But you yourself
you.
is not an expert in that. Is that correct? The short answer is no.
In the law, that's what you are saying.
Yes, in communication in the law, legal writing, written communication, yes. In the law setting, legal
I said
setting.
my expertise are in the ICT industry, which
Yes.
forms part of the stakeholders that also contribute to the emoji.
You also now mentioned something about your research interest in the use of emojis in ICT applications. Is that correct?
Which, through you, Chair, this is in line with, from a technological point of view, as I alluded earlier on how these emojis come alive and the approval thereof.
And you said it was for your own interest. That's the research that you did.
Which I continue to do so, and also in terms of the membership that we have. Yes, the Unicode, yes.
Thank you. However, in your CV, I could not find any research, publications, or peer-reviewed studies specifically on the language of emoji semantics or the interpretation in communication. You don't have any research on that, is that correct?
Yes, I haven't, but Chair, through you, it's going to be quite an interesting publications to still come forth in the near future. The reason I say this, Chair, through you, the emoji space, it's an emerging space. Interestingly to say, one of the professors who assists judges and give lectures to even legal teams has gone over, as their claims, he's gone over 200 cases, and he still says there is so much to explore. There is so much. Definitely, that emoji is the usage thereof globally.
That is correct. It's not a fixed subject. It is evolving, as you testified earlier on.
Chair, can I qualify what I meant? What I meant is to say emojis continue to be added. As an example, the Emoji Nation group, they also introduced an emoji because they felt it wasn't part of the list that existed. So it's a growing, and as I said, we are on version 16, where there's 17, it's on beta, and 18 will come in time to come.
Thank you. So it is evolving. So your expertise for this purposes will be for ICT, the Unicode specifically, and your membership to Unicode and ICT, is that correct?
Particularly in terms of how
Emojis are used.
emojis are over and above being used, how they come to life using the computer language, coding, as alluded earlier on.
And that is very important what you say, that the computer language. So it's computer language, not human language.
Okay, Chair, through you, may I qualify what do I mean? What I mean is you have an image. For it to come alive, you use what I referred to, Unicode, those hexadecimal language that I was the coding that I referred to. However, it doesn't end there. The technical team come together. As I said, how do they approve? It goes through how it's presented first, what it means, and the ascribed definition to it, being those keywords. Now, as an example, Chair, I mentioned that if you were to take your WhatsApp right now and type running, it will show you an emoji or an image of someone depicted as running.
While you're there, I want to stop you there. We had this exercise here during Dr. Dokrat's evidence. That was put to her that is how WhatsApp works. And Advocate Madonsela instructed her to open up her WhatsApp to type running. She did that. No emojis came up. So it's not
Please complete that set, because I asked her to give me my her phone and she wouldn't.
She said, you can come and fetch it. You didn't take it. She was showing it to everyone here. What I want to put to you, it's not on all brands of cell phone that works. Is that correct?
Yes. And in this submission, the question I asked was, is it Android that was used? And Chair, it was confirmed to say it is Android. Now, let me further elaborate it, to say you have different vendors, right? But the definition or the code, the Unicode, ascribed to it for its uniqueness. And I want to, if I may, just to say the three goals of the Unicode Consortium, I might have highlighted it, but let me emphasize. Universal, that's the purpose. Uniform, fixed with code for efficient access, as well as unique. Bit sequence has only one interpretation into character code. Then it applies on any platform that they can use. And that's what I meant in terms of it being consistent with it. And I was giving an example for anyone who would test on the WhatsApp. You can type different words. Some might not appear, some might appear. It's just an example, just to say you can, as an example, Chair, to show what the association of an emoji it would be.
The point I'm making is it's not on all phones. Is that correct?
It will
When you
depend.
type, how
No, it depends.
The answer is yes or no.
Yeah.
It's not on all phones.
It depends on whether it's an Android phone or the technology that is being used. What I'm emphasizing here is the technology vendors that are alluded to, they take the unique Unicode associated with the emoji and they present it in their own platforms. But the uniqueness is consistent.
Doctor, why is it so difficult for you to answer? It's a yes or no question. It is not on all phones. The position that when you type running, there will come emojis up. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes,
It's not on all phones.
I'm saying it depends on the technology.
So that means it's not on all phones.
Chair, it's very
You said about, let's go to Android. You mentioned Android. Do you say it's on all Android phones?
I'm saying the software used on Android would then, and depending on the there's other factors. Let me highlight this from a technical point of view.
Sorry.
The latest version of the software, it depends on that.
Yes. Dr. Melo, my guess is that in this house, when it comes to information technology, you are probably the most qualified in this house. And just be careful when each time they ask you a question, it would be useful if you just restrict yourself as far as possible to that question, because if you are going to go into lengthy explanation all the time, you may find that you are talking to yourself and no one else understands what you're talking about in this room.
Okay, Chair.
So try to limit yourself to the question in the simplest way that it comes.
I'll do my best.
Yes. Advocate Skipper?
Is your testimony that it depends on the latest version of WhatsApp whether or not that will work, on Android specifically? Can I take it from that to say that the newer phones will work on Android phones, on the newer phones?
Generally speaking, yes.
Can I hand you this Android phone?
And Chair, as I would also say, on terms of technology, it's very difficult to come up with a generalization.
That's my point.
To say, I have this version of a phone, but for simplicity is to say, when you want to see emojis, you can see emojis. You press on emojis to access them. I hope that helps.
We don't disagree with that, but you made this remark to say that when you type running, the emoji will come up. Please type running in that phone. I opened WhatsApp for you. And just to put on record, it's the latest Samsung S24e. Nothing comes up, is that correct?
Well, this is to make
yes or no?
Well, I can use my phone as well.
Doctor, the question is nothing comes up, yes or no, when you type the word running?
Chair, on this phone it doesn't, but if I were to get another phone, let's bring our phones. Maybe that can help. If I may, Chair.
That's the point I'm making. It was put to Dr. Docrat that is how WhatsApp works. I don't dispute that it comes up on iPhone. That's the point. You don't have to go into that. We know that it works on iPhone. But it was put to her that works on WhatsApp in all phones. And you just saw that it is not working like that. Is that correct?
On this phone, yes,
Yes.
but you cannot generalize and say because it's an Android, it's not going to work. On some Android phone, it will work.
You did not analyze the phones of the two parties in this matter, did you? You did not have the physical phones.
No, I didn't.
So you don't know if it works on their phone or not.
According to what the evidence I received, or the submission I received, it points to what was on the photos of the depicted as WhatsApp. Yes.
I don't understand.
You don't understand?
No, I don't understand
I'm
your
saying
answer.
I wasn't given their phones,
Exactly.
but you are making a point to say, use this phone to test. And I'm saying it was based on the evidence, and I'm qualifying what I'm saying. Yes, I wasn't given their phones.
Show me in that evidence that you had there when you type running, the emoji of running comes up. Where is that in that what you had?
Chair, I was giving an example to say when you have a WhatsApp phone, when you have a WhatsApp on your phone and you type a word, it's an example. It can be any word that is associated with the emoji. And it was to a demonstration to assist the tribunal to say these keywords do pop up, they can pop up or they can be seen when you type a word to that effect. But I wasn't given their phones, yes.
So you don't know if their phones work that way or not. You cannot say because you did not have the
I
physical
didn't
phones.
have that, yes.
Thank you. That was all that I wanted to know.
Okay,
I'm not asking tricky questions. Don't think I'm here to catch you out. There's a lot of your evidence that we actually agreed to. So don't think each and every question I'm asking, I want to catch you out. It's not like that. Please. And you don't have to answer to that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Docrat explained in her evidence that emoji analysis requires an understanding of sequencing, cultural context, and non-verbal communication cues. You won't know that, but that's what she testified. As a computer scientist, do you have formal training in these social linguistic areas that I just mentioned? The sequencing, cultural context, and non-verbal communication cues. Do you have any expertise on that?
Chair, I don't.
Thank you.
But let me qualify. The computer science aspect, particularly when it comes to theories, have not divorced themselves from understanding the aspect that relates to the usage of technology and what its contribution is to people that are using it. Let me use an example, Chair. There are theories, as you study further in the computer science field, information science field, in informatics field, which is and these branches of computers. There's the acceptable use theory, an example that I could even closely relate to, actor-netic theory, Chair, which says that there are actors in the technology space, and when systems are built, Chair, they are built obviously to assist humankind. So that cannot be totally ignored or trivialized to say they only focus on machine, but further studies are also available in that effect. But to answer you, the focus on specific legal language, no, but understanding what these are meant to mean and impact, it's also part and parcel of learning that is also emerging and growing.
You're not an expert on conversations, the linguistics of it.
No, I am not.
Thank you. Let's go to your Unicode membership because it looks like you want to talk a lot about Unicode. You are a member of Unicode, as you have testified. I want to ask you, are you a member in your personal capacity or through your employer?
Personal capacity.
Just explain to the panel, how do you become a member of Unicode?
I did mention that it's a non-profit organization which welcomes all stakeholders, people that are interested, as well as those that would like to serve in that emerging area of emoji, as I alluded to. Yes.
So anyone can actually be a member of that?
Yes, they're more than welcome to do that if they have interest in that.
Thank you. You don't have to have specific expertise to become a member of Unicode.
Yes, but you'll be able to contribute with the background that you have.
Yes, but you don't need certain expertise to become a member of Unicode. Is that correct?
Yes, you can join.
Yes. And how do you join? Is it?
You apply.
Yes.
And obviously there's a small membership fee, and then you'll be invited to meetings. You are invited to making contributions, which is quite valuable.
But you can also be a member just to learn and not make any contributions. Is that correct? Because you're interested in it, just to listen what all the other people say.
It is also possible in that regard. Yes.
But are you required to have certain minimum academic qualifications to apply to become a member?
No, Chair. As I said, I listed the different stakeholders that do make contribution to this consortium.
Thank you.
So just to follow up on that question, a person that just got out of school can apply?
They also have that part for those that are also students in their stage of life, phase of life.
Is it correct that they also have levels of membership?
Yes, they do have. There are those that are also with voting rights, and so far, those with voting rights are these large software vendor representatives that are also in terms of the voting rights. However, there's also teams that obviously make their contributions. As I said, you would have all those different stakeholders.
On what level of membership are you?
Well, I'm at the just the member level.
Just the member level.
Yes.
Thank you. So you paid a membership fee and applied, and that's how you became a member.
Yes, that's what it is.
Okay. Then just to go to the specifics that you testified, Unicode provides a standardized description to what each emoji is intended to mean. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct to say they approve based on those keywords that they allude to, yes. And it depends on the versions as well. you'll see as the versions, but it's good reference, yes.
And that is the standardized meaning that those emojis are meant to be used. But that doesn't mean it's not, that it's always used like that. Is that correct? You cannot say that each and every person that uses WhatsApp uses the emoji for the intended use of it.
And I need to say yes, and also because you are stating what I said. Now, the Unicode definition that is approved, it's what is standardized. Chair, I further on alluded to the supplementary and augmentation to say the other Emojipedia, as an example, does also allude to the background of the emoji, when it was added, and how it's used. So they also assist in terms of monitoring and making that contribution to say, this is what is standardized, and this is what is used. And I used two examples which were specific on what I alluded to out of the explanation in the morning.
The eggplant and the peach.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, advocate.
So it is not correct to say that emojis are always used for the standardized meaning. If someone makes that statement, that is not correct.
Chair, yes, I would like to qualify in what you are saying.
No, you can. There's no qualification.
No.
That statement is not correct. That always emojis are used with a standardized meaning. There's no qualification. That's why I'm asking always.
The word always.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So
And-
there are instances where people use emojis for a different meaning than
Chair-
what was intended in the Unicode.
Chair, I gave an example in the morning, and I said Emojipedia did allude to the fact that a peach, it's, as I even tried to simplify it, as well as the eggplant. And I did allude to say 2015, there was even a campaign to have it banned in that manner of usage.
Thank you. Dr. Docrat actually also testified on the fact that Instagram wanted to ban the usage of that. So you're aligned on that. She also said that the praying hands emoji that we use now, it was initially when emojis was developed, that was a high five emoji. But because people used it for another meaning, they developed it to mean thank you, praying, things like that. Do you
Chair-
agree with that?
Chair, I want to go to it because I think I've covered it. If I may be given a moment to go to it, it should be something that is quickly visible. Yes, in my assessment, this symbolizes, as much as it says folded hands, it symbolizes thank you or please, according to Japanese culture. And I referred to emojipedia.org, yes.
Yes, but initially, in the beginning of emojis, when it was first developed, it was a high five emoji. But no one used it for that purpose, and that's why Unicode changed it to mean what you just read to us. You cannot dispute that.
That it was used for saying thank you, that it is
No,
used for
that it was
please.
initially a high five emoji. Then the words ascribed to it was high five. But because no one used it for that, they changed it now to say that it's thankful
Which version, through you, Chair?
I don't know which version.
I want to get the version so as I can agree. What is the version that was referred to?
If you don't know about it, then we will leave it. But it is possible for the meanings of emojis to change. That's why you have this Unicode consortium, to discuss it, the usage of it.
Through you, Chair, the Unicode consortium discusses and ultimately approves with consultation with the stakeholders and input to say, this is the definition, or this is the meaning, or this is the words ascribed to that.
And then when they get, for instance, they realize people are using it for another meaning than what they initially ascribed, most certainly they will sit and discuss that to approve a new meaning to it. Is that not correct? Because it has evolved.
Chair, they would, with consultation, reviewing its meaning and considering if there would be a conflict or a contradiction, those are that to avoid duplication, that's what they would approve.
I can assure you, if you had just said yes to the answer, you would have comprehensively answered the question.
Okay, yes, it's a full sentence in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you. According to you, the usage of the emojis in the papers that was provided to you, for what purpose was that used? For what meaning?
I don't understand the question.
The emojis. You said the emojis used by the JP and the complainant, you had a finding on the emojis was used for what specific meaning? Standardized. You said that it was a standardized usage, except for two, the eggplant and the peach.
Of which I still referred to Emojipedia to make a reference to.
The question is a yes or no
Yes.
answer.
To say was done using this, referring to the standardized Unicode, right?
Yes.
And I said in consideration of augmentation and supplication, supplement from the Emojipedia.
So, Advocate Skipper, maybe the witness is also listening. Tell me if I misunderstood your question. In trying to simplify it, I might misrepresent it. Your question is, except with regard to one or two instances, do you agree that the users of the WhatsApp messages used emojis correctly?
For the standardized meaning.
For standardized meaning?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
thanks.
what I was saying.
Yes,
That's what
yes.
I was
You
saying.
said yes, Advocate Skipper.
I've said it, but
Okay.
I think it's not coming out clear to say I used the standardized meaning or keywords and the Emojipedia. Emojipedia being the members of the Unicode consortium.
I don't think I nearly said I don't think Advocate Skippers will understand that answer.
Okay.
You know what? I'm just suggesting. I don't like interfering with a witness when they give evidence, but a witness is called for a particular purpose, to answer questions as they come. It will help you if you could just listen to the questions and then answer them as they come.
Okay.
Let me tell you that sometimes when you over-answer a question, you actually make yourself unclear.
Okay.
So I suggest that when a question comes, you speak to that question in the least possible words,
Okay.
in the most clear way as possible.
Okay.
And also, I don't think it is necessary for you all the time to explain your answer. The task counsel have when they deal with a witness, it is for them, I always say this, it is for them to extract information from a witness. A witness doesn't just go into the witness box and then just continue talking unendingly.
Okay.
Let them end their day. Let them ask you a question and then you answer. It is for them. By them, I mean the lawyers. Let them get information from you. And don't unnecessarily over-answer your question with an example all the time, with a lengthy explanation.
All right.
Let them extract information from you. It is their task to do that.
Thank you, Chair.
I've given this example to one witness, one or twice, I think. I'm going to give this example to you. That my experience as a lawyer taught me that sometimes when you call a police officer to come and testify, you ask experienced police officers, you ask them a question. Is it like this? You will say, negative, full stop. And then you answer another question, positive, full stop. Those are full answers. The more you talk, the more some of us become unclear and the more questions will come.
Okay.
And you'll be in there until Christmas Day.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you, Chair. So what I understand from you is that only Unicode and Emojipedia, the meanings ascribed to them, you feel that the two parties in this matter use the meanings ascribed by Unicode and Emojipedia.
Yes.
All right. I want you to look at the Unicode version 16, item number 128. It's item number 128, 128.
128. Yes.
The keywords there ascribed to it is embarrassed, evil, face, forbidden, forgot, gesture, hide, monkey, no, OMG, prohibited, scared, secret, SMH, and watch. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I looked at Emojipedia as well. The hear no evil monkey means this emoji is often used as a playful way to convey laughing, disbelieving, cringing, I can't believe what I'm seeing, or I can't bear to look. Do you have the Emojipedia meaning there?
Yes, I was going to go to it. But I have it on here, what you are referring to on 128.
But on Emojipedia, it's a little bit different. Sorry. It says it's often used as a playful way to convey a laughing, disbelieving, cringing, I can't believe what I'm seeing, or I can't bear to look.
Okay. I'm looking at my own document if I have that in that manner, but yes, I do hear you.
All right. Now, during Dr. Dockerat's evidence, it was put to her that let me just quickly get that for us. When she testified, it was put to her that, here it is, that is on the 13th of, sorry, it's day 13, the 7th of May, 2025, page 31. it was said to her that the JP will say, and they read from his statement that he provided, Ms. Mengo informed me that she was going to be in East London and I asked her if we could be intimate. Her response was to quote a biblical verse, but at the same time attached two emojis depicting a monkey closing its eyes with its hands, which I understood to be flirtatious. Nowhere in Unicode or in Emojipedia, the description of flirtatious is, the meaning flirtatious is attached to this emoji. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it is not correct to say that they only used the emojis with a meaning ascribed by Unicode and Emojipedia. If the JP himself says he felt that it was flirtatious. It is in his own statement, I understood to be flirtatious.
Chair, if I may, I haven't gotten that information, but as mentioned, is it something which maybe from my evidence, this is the only document I got was this one. So
it is in his evidence. I'm quoting from the transcripts. That was what was put to the doctor, the other expert, that the JP, the respondent, understood the monkey closing its eyes as flirtatious. And the follow-up question was, is that emoji consistent with flirting? And that is none of the meanings ascribed by it. Is that correct?
yes, from what yes.
Thank you, Chair. I see it's 3:30 now. I don't think we...
This is a convenient point to adjourn at, yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Dr. Melo, we have not yet finished with you. If you could present yourself tomorrow, we are going to start at 9:30
Okay.
tomorrow morning. If you could just be here in time so that we can continue with your evidence.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Proceedings adjourned until tomorrow 9:30.